transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, hold, and screw the hedgie. Looking good this morning, guys. Looking really, really strong. Nice little launch we had this morning. Such soothing music, I love it. Alright guys, let's look at our technicals for the day today. Let's see what we got going on. I want to point out something really interesting. We have not seen this before. Actually, you know what? I'm going to wait until I see... Alright, I see I have somebody here, so I'll go ahead and start pointing this out. the price date, or the date that I had originally predicted due to the days on loan average age per day. The interesting thing that I want to point out is the date that I was predicting that we would see a spike was the 19th, and then we didn't end up seeing the spike until the 20th. And I wasn't actually, the 19th was the end of my window. And it happened one day after the end of my window. But I want to look at something. Let's look at the 19th. On the 19th, it was the first time that we got up into like the high 66s. The second time, rather. The first time being the 16th, which was the, right at the very end of my window. So those 2 days right there, the dark pools were the first time broke into the 66th percentile. Most of the time before that, if you look at it, it was in the low 60s. There's a 65.7 down here, but everything else is lower than that. So, you have about, if you were to average the days leading up to that point, there was about a 10% gain in the dark pools. If you're at the low, maybe 5%. Let's see here. 10% would be 6. But if you're trading, or if the dark pools are trading at about 50, we'll just say 60. So it's a 10% gain to move up 6 points. So they started trading 10% more in the dark pools in that window when I thought that the price should have gone up, which means that every single day since the 16th should have had 10% more buy orders going through. And if you look at the volume, there's on average during that period of time, volume was from the 16th up at 126 million and has been up over 90 million, close to 90 million cents or more. So 10% more of that would be, on each given day would be about 10 million orders that have been placed through the dark pools. So I feel like each one of these dates could have been a 10% increase in actual movement, but it was routed through the dark pools. So keep that in mind. Big stuff right there. Let's see here. Borrowing for this morning looks pretty weak. We have so far about 54,000, 55,000 shares traded. This is a bullish pennant that's forming right now. So we have the flagpole. By time it was about 6 minutes long, so we should see about a 6-minute long pennant flag. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So somewhere around here it should break out. That was based off of something I had read somewhere. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So somewhere around here we should see a breakout. Not a very long downturn. And it should be going up, obviously. Let's see here. Options. So I went ahead and recorded that when I first got on this morning, but 14,000 is the big push for 39, and 42,000 for 40 on the call option side. So extremely, almost a 4-to-1 ratio on options, on call to put options. It's pretty big numbers. You'll see today that the short exempt volume traded yesterday was 552,000. So that is lower than what we had, I think, previous Friday. And then 3 million shares is what we're targeting, so that's under. We'll look at another indicator that I think is important to look at as well. Utilization, that is old information, so I'm gonna have to update that as soon as we get the new data here in just a second. And then day-over-day price increase, we had an 8.92% increase in price, which is a greater than that 5% that we need. So I've got one listed on the right-hand side of that. That one right there is going to be our first hashtag. We need that to be 3 days in a row or more. So we're starting to hit that. Utilization, we need to see up over 95%. Now, I think that number is great. I think 95% is great. I think we can get away with less. I think we could probably get away with 90, maybe a little bit higher than 90. I think he could come down on that number just a little bit, but obviously the higher the interest, higher the utilization that we have going forward, the better. So we already had that breakout. So let's check utilization, see where we're at, see if it's updated here. I think we should have a new trading signal coming in here soon. Yeah, we should have a new trading signal coming in. Short interest is at 14.93, so it's getting closer to 15. I'm seeing utilization at 90.13, so let's go ahead and change that. Let me modify it here off to the side. What does it say? 90.13, that is beautiful. Still not quite 95%, but it's getting there. Yeah, so that's everything. That's all the data that we need. Excuse me 1 second while I copy and paste this. So that should have changed on OBS. And it did. Okay, so we are currently looking at utilization of 90.13. Short exempt volume down a little bit yesterday to 552,000. And day over day price increase of 8.92%, which was really good. And in fact, I think we're looking at continuing to have I think, let me see here. We were on a really good trend earlier this morning, and then we just broke out of it. It was this nice ascending parallel channel we broke out going up. You know, you can kind of see the middle of it right here kind of going through. And then we had a nice breakout for the opening of today. For the American markets, the traders on Fidelity especially, pushing up into new territories, 40.59. Is that a new high? Sure is. 40, we got to mark that down. Nope, that is not a new high. 40.84 was the previous one. It's getting close though. Getting really close. That last low was set on the 23rd, so we're quite a few days out from the top of this next high. Yeah, dark pools, day over day trading, more. I didn't think that was going to be possible. I'm quite honestly surprised that the dark pool percentage is up even a higher, just even though it's just 0.1% more. I was not expecting to see more than there was on the 23rd. Quite surprising to me, especially for how much we moved up yesterday. Massive amounts of pressure. Oh, euro. Okay, so Stonko tracker. Let's talk about it for a second. I got in touch with Stonko tracker, and in regards to getting the short exempt volume placed onto their page, and they basically said that they were going to look into. They thought it was an interesting metric, and that they are going to go ahead and put that on their site. They got to build it in. I gave them the links on how to find that information so that it would make it easier on them to be able to incorporate that data. So let's see here. I want to make a donation to them. I think that thing is absolutely helping everybody out. Like people are just um, making it almost a regular day thing to be watching that page. So I'll be right back. I want to kind of donate some money to him, and I'm gonna do it live on stream because I want everybody to know that that we're doing it. You know, we're showing credit to people who have put in hard work, and something, especially when I use it so much daily on my stream, that I feel like I owe it to them to um, donate. And I want to continue to see that page up there. I don't want it to go away. So I'll be right back. It says in euro. So I'm gonna have to do. I'm gonna have to figure. I'm gonna donate $10. I don't know. I don't know what's considered a lot or what isn't a lot. I don't even know how much it takes to run a page like that. But that's just what I'm gonna donate. I don't ever donate money to anything. But I think this one's worth it. It's worth it to me. Let's see. It makes it sound so shallow. I do donate to charities and stuff like that. I'm talking about like donating for um, things like I don't know, just things that don't really benefit people in need. I don't feel like us apes are in need. We're in need of the information, but we're not in need of money. So, but I'm just going to donate to this. I think they're really professional and doing a great service. So let's convert euro to dollar and see what that is. 1 euro equals 1.18 United States dollars. So let's figure this out. Probably let me just put it in here. 10 is 8.48 euro. So let's go back to the donation page. what did it say? 8.48. Yeah. €8.48. And I don't know if I can throw this up on the other screen or not because it'll have my information. But let's see here. If I can, I will. Just for the record, I want there to be a record that I've paid for, that I paid. I gotta list the state that I'm living in. Oh, why not? Oh, it didn't go through. Something went wrong. It says something went wrong. Couldn't process this donation. Please try again later. This could just be a temporary glitch. So we'll try again later. But I do want to donate to this cause. Make sure all my information's correct because I just let it auto fill out everything. Yeah, that looks right. All right, we'll come back to that later. But I do want to donate to them. Starting the day off green. Volume's at 71,000, which is low. Let's look at Ortex. So Ortex showing utilization currently at 90.13. So we're climbing back up on the horse. And if you want to look at like similar trends, you can kind of see a same trend where there was a previous high point of about 100%. It dropped down, and it had two dips before dropping all the way down to about 80%, and then ultimately 80%, and then back up to 100%. And it took about let's see, this was the March 26th to April 20th, so it took about a month almost to get there. So that's what, that could be how long it takes for us to get there. We dropped down to 77% utilization at one point. Kind of struggled along the way, but it does look like a decline in utilization, but we're climbing back up. That's the important part. On loan average per day is still on the climb. We went from 37.4 to 38.69. Free float on loan. That percentage is up. It is starting to climb. It went from 36.99 to 40.929 on loan. And this is the number that I wanted to see because yesterday it showed a negative return for the day. So the amount of shares that were borrowed for the day was a total of negative 777,000, and yet the on loan shares went from 95.5 up to 97.3, so almost 2 million shares loaned yesterday, even though the shares borrowed was showing negative 777. So this is good. They're cooking the books. they're showing the data correctly some places, but in other places they're not. Under the shares borrowed, it's showing negative 777,000, but the on loan amount actually increased from 95.5 to 97.3. So there is an increase on loans on shares borrowed. I think that's important to note. Yeah. Yeah, they increased their position on loans, and the average day on the loans increased as well. So all good information to see. That's good looking data. Short share interest 14.93%. And again, on the indicators, short exempt volume 552,000. That was down from day over day. 90.13, so that's becoming more healthy on the utilization, and 8.92% growth on the stock price day over day. So we hit 1 out of the 3 indicators so far. Utilization could continue to climb. The day over day utilization percentage was like 2%, I think. 88.5 to 90.3, almost 2%. Not quite. So if we had 2 more days of that amount, you would see utilization really darn close to what we need, which is 95%. I'm going to say that 95% is arbitrary. I think that it could be, as low as 90 maybe. I don't know that it necessarily has to be exactly 95%, but I think that reporting is, the closer we can get to that 95% reporting, the better, because it just makes it more difficult for them to find shares out there. Something unique happened yesterday for the very first time ever. Everybody received a tally point on their price predictions, except for the missed column. So we hit it. We hit it finally, all 3 of us on the same day. To top it off, I also predicted the volume yesterday. Volume on the day yesterday was 97.3 million, and I had predicted between 80 and 100. I might predict about the same, looking at how the volume's currently trending right this moment. I might be looking at kind of making the same prediction on volume for the day today, somewhere between 80 and 100. Volume's actually lower than it was yesterday at this time, I believe. But I think it's safe to say that we're seeing a lot less pre-market trading than we used to. And what can be attributed to that, I have no clue. I'm not sure why. This was an ascending parallel channel that I had set up from previous. Yesterday, there was we were kind of following up that pretty nicely, but then end of the market just kind of died off and just kind of went sideways. Then the market opened for Europe last night, and it kind of traded sideways for quite a while, and then they kind of got it back up a little bit, and then once America stepped back in for the first time in a while, we ended up having a nice positive. Oh, look at that George W. there. That's nice. Yeah, we had this nice positive movement upwards, which we're still having. So pre-market, we might be able to climb back up into this ascending channel. So I'm going to go ahead and leave it there, and we'll just kind of see where it goes from there. 40.93 is a new high. We're currently up 18% since the 23rd with that new high. Let's look at the rest of the market. How's it looking? $3,272 advancers to 3,405 decliners, although the market bubbles are showing positive gains ever so slightly. If I leave this here a little bit longer, we'll see the heat map change. Looks like oil and gas is struggling, banking struggling, Some of the software and IT services is struggling, not all of it. So Amazon is down in the pre-market. Cinemark is down in the pre-market. Dogecoin is up almost 2%, but they're back to 20. So they had a, this could be the formation of a huge head and shoulders. You've got kind of like a shoulder head and then maybe a massive shoulder here. And if that's the case, then you would see a drop in this indicator, a drop in price coming. It has performed outside of that descending parallel channel for quite a while. I'm inclined to delete it, but I kind of want to see what happens just a little bit further out here. I think that if it were to trend back out here like this and then have that drop off and then return to this descending parallel channel, that I would go ahead and mark this down as being a dead paperweight. Simply because if it were to do that, if it were to drop back down over here, you're looking at 11 cents. So it's either found a bottom at about 16 cents and started to trade sideways, kind of corrected a little bit and then traded sideways, or it's going to continue to fall back down again. GME is up ever so slightly in the pre-market, 0.14%, strikingly similar to what we're seeing right now on AMC. Tested off of that channel right there and bounced off of it. Doesn't want to quite let us back up in there. Price predictions for the day today. Got about a half hour. We could see the volume double in a half hour, possibly. Doubt it. With volume remaining where it's at, I would say that we could have another day like we saw yesterday, like another 8% day. It's very possible. Let's look at that. 30-minute RSI. 64.59 is pretty high. We started yesterday off at around $38 and ended the day at about $40.29. A $2 increase. If we enter in the market, somewhere around 41, it could put us up as high as 43. Boy, I can't wait to see. This Wednesday is going to be kind of crazy, especially with the vote going in. The announcements that'll probably be made this later on this week are going to be fun. On the 5-minute interval, RSI is at 65.02. So RSI is running really high right now on both the 5-minute and 30-minute intervals. You know, out of all the things that I've seen, um, and this is to show support about why you're here, what you're doing, and whether or not this is going to pan out well for us. If there was if there was financial proof that the hedge funds were um, that we're barking up the wrong tree. If there was proof, the hedge funds would come out and they would release it, and it would destroy, without a doubt, every single bit of DD that we have, and it would basically be like it would be like aliens showing up to Earth and being like, God doesn't exist, and here's why we saw what happened during that time, and it was all magic tricks or whatever, you know. I mean, it would like just be devastating to a movement to have something like that happen. But yet they don't do it because they don't have information like that. If they did, they would just absolutely destroy us. Holy man, my beard is just so dang itchy. Whew. It's getting rough. My face is rough. So we tested that ascending channel that we want to try and get back up into. We tested it, fell back down. Looks like 40-45 might be the level of support. So we tested that and then bounced off of it, and it looks like we might be heading back up again. Maybe another test on this ascending channel here. See if we can pop our head back up in there like a turtle. Turtle poking. Oh shit. Oh, love it when I see this. That's a beauty right there. I do love me some zero. Yeah, they're borrowing. Somebody's got some streaks in their shorts. Oh boy. Today could be interesting. That's gonna definitely affect my price prediction for the day today. So they're gonna try and really knock us down. It looks like. Hmm. Although we're not seeing the volume quite yet. Hmm. What do you think today? Maybe a wash. Maybe like kind of hold us down to maybe about like 41 and a half. Oh, it's my turn to go first today, so I got about 20 minutes to decide here. 25 minutes. Oh man. I slept hard last night. Guys, gotta make sure and vote. There is today and tomorrow left to vote. We are down to the last 48 hours. Checking out Fintel. Doesn't look like there's any new information on AMC. It looks like Citadel has two new, probably two new SPACs that they've invested in. The first one, we'll throw it up here. So the first company that they bought into was this one here. They bought 5% ownership of it. So let's see who they are. Yep, blank check business. It's a SPAC. Out of the Cayman Islands. More SPACies. Okay, who's the other one? Let's see who the other one is. The other one is Soaring Eagle Acquisition Corporation. Oops. Clicked on the wrong one. Soaring Eagle Acquisition Corp. Another, I'm sure, blank check. No. It is out of the Cayman Islands. Soaring Eagle Acquisition Corp is primarily in the business of biological products, no diagnostic substances. For financial reporting, their fiscal ends. Da, 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 da. So it looks like an interview with possibly the owner. This is seems like a pretty legitimate company out of all the ones that they've been investing in. This might be the first legitimate one. So it looks like there was an acquisition of Ginkgo. Interesting. Okay, well, 2 more investments for SPACs for the hedge funds. We did watch the shares available to borrow drop down to 0, even though it's not reflected down below. Let's see. Oh, there it is. Okay, I had to refresh it. So 0, 0, 10, 10,000. They are returning some shares. Looks like they borrowed some shares from the ETFs as well, and then returned a few. So 600,000 ish, 300,000, close to 1 million shares borrowed so far. It'll be interesting to see what Ortex updates with. Currently, it's still not showing that information. I don't think it'll start showing it till the market opens. The shares on loan. Let me see here. Seven days ago, the shares on loan was 92.62 million. It is now 97.39. So a 5% change over 7 days ago. I feel like when it says free float on loan, I feel like, since that's just a percentage, that's why I kind of like to go with the on loan number more, just because it shows you like exactly how many shares. So it went from 93.7 to 95.5. So almost 2 million loans yesterday alone. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good number, guys. 3 million is a lot. So 2 million is pretty darn close. And to me it looks like they're having difficulty finding loans. In the past, when the loans were more abundant, you could see a day over day increase by 3 to 4 million. In fact, as an example, back in February, it went from 95.6 million on loan to 105 million on loan. So basically a $10 million difference from day to day, which is pretty big. Another example is March 22nd when it went from 64 million on loan up to the very next day 91 million. So we can see it jump pretty rapidly. However, right now it's not jumping up as fast. And my guess is they probably, if they could loan more, they would, but they're having difficulty finding. It looks like they're having difficulty finding loans to borrow. Shares to borrow on loan. Now remember, throughout this rest of this week, for us to climb, we're in this gray zone of $40 to $45. It's going to be difficult for us to continue to drive upwards. So just be aware that this is going to be a struggle to get through this week and maintain something higher than 45, due to us being in that kind of gray area. I could see maybe another day of 5% growth. Of course, we'll see what our 7 a.m. Volume pokey stick looks like. If I had to guess, it'll be about 200,000. And I think I'm going to go for the same amount of volume for today, 80 to 100. Let's see how busy Citadel is. About average. Oh, Eric just sent me his numbers. If he's gonna go, since I just looked at him and I wasn't able to hide it, I'll let him go first today, and then I'm going first tomorrow. So Eric's got in. He's coming in at 39.50 to 42.50. So I think he's kind of thinking along the same lines I am. Kind of looking like a slow growth day to day. He's hedging against them trying to keep it under $40. But we'll go ahead and put Eric in for his price prediction of 39.5 to 42.5. And then I'm not going to put mine in until after I see that 7 a.m. volume of pokey. That pokey stick of volume. Pokey volume. Pokemon volume. Let's see. And then we'll see if we can get Duncan. I'm not sure what time Duncan's going to hit on, but once he does, we'll get his and go from there. I got a little bit of a head or shoulder kind of pattern forming here, so and that does indicate a down drop coming in price. So it did. It dropped down to 40.26. Broke that level of support at 40.45. Kind of dipping down to meet the VWAP. We still have 4 minutes till that volume stick comes in here. I'm expecting about 200,000. It might be a little bit less than that. It might be about 180,000 in volume. About 4 minutes out. Let's check Reddit and see what we got there. Everybody keeps talking about this controlled short squeeze. From the DD that I saw by Charlie, there is no such thing as a controlled short squeeze. That is not what is happening. And I trust what he's putting out there. I have not read the information for myself, but I believe everything that I've seen Charlie do in the past. I kind of put some faith into what he's saying. But everything that he's reading from that 369-page document NSCC released, I would say that I'm okay with trusting in what he's researched and the fact that it doesn't seem like there's any information in there that's leading to or identifying a controlled short squeeze. So get that out of the way. FUD, complete FUD on that one. I know that I'm trusting a source, so you have to keep that in mind. So our volume stick of Pokey, or Pokey volume, is in at way less than I thought. It was about 100,000. So that's quite a bit less. I'm still going to go with 80 to 100 million in shares traded. It might actually be slightly less than that. Let's see here. I think it could be as low as... I think 85 is probably more realistic as to what it's going to hit, but I'll just go ahead and say 80 to 100 just in case. Yeah, 80 to 100 in volume today, but we'll probably see... I wonder what a 3% increase would look like. Let me do some maths. 40. Let's just say that we opened up at. We'll just base it off of yesterday's close. So 4150. I think I'm going to hedge around 4150 and just say 40 to 43. Because I'm pretty sure that would put a 5% increase in there. Right? Because if you did 40.29 times 0.05 plus 40.29, that'd be a $42. We could close at 42.30. So yeah, I think 40 to 43 is going to be a good number. for price today. So we'll go 40 to 43. So Eric and I are actually lining up pretty closely. Yep, that's going to be my price prediction for the day today, 40 to 43. So let's change it up. Get me up here at 43. Eric's top bar needs to be at 42.5. Boy, I almost missed yesterday. It was so stinking close. My goodness, I was kind of sweating a little bit. I was like, oh boy, keep going up. My goodness, that is too close. All right, so we'll wait on Duncan to get in one last price prediction for the day today. Still currently trading above the VWAP. Short share interest is up to 14.99% right now. I really think they're lending as much as they possibly can. I would expect to see huge amounts of loaning today to try and keep the price down. So I will get rid of our hash marks. Because we'll have to see where we open up at in order to decide. It looks like Eric and I are going to be even right now, just based on where we're trading at for the day. But you know, you could have a 5% increase for the day and still be kind of even across the board, even though 5% seems like a lot. It's you know, that $3 gap that we give ourselves is easily 5%. It's the low volume today that's really kind of concerning to me a little bit. Because I do know they like to drive the price down on days where they have low volume. Certainly makes it a lot easier on them to do. Okay, it looks like they've borrowed 427,000 so far for the day today. I'm gonna check my email real quick for my voting rights on Webull. I have 5 shares through there, so I do want to check for that. Looks like I got the Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and vote on this proposal. For my Webull shares that I have. Okay, so I voted my shares on there. And then I'll get my wife to vote her shares probably this morning when she gets home. We'll see if we can get her to vote today. I know she has shares to vote as well, and it's important that we all vote. We need to get those shares accounted for, or at least the votes accounted for. I'm just kind of looking around, seeing what kind of information I can find right now. So I've now voted through both Fidelity and Webull. I have votes in for both. Let's see here. I think I kind of want to check my votes from Fidelity. So I'm going to do that. I just want to make sure that everything went through. But before I do that, let's check out some information real quick here. we're going to check out this orders by Fidelity customers. So AMC dropped. Maybe by the end of the day. Nope, that's today's date. Okay, so 4 companies as far as volume goes. It looks like there's 4 other companies or 3 other companies ahead of us, and we're 4th. But we have 59% buys over 41% sells currently showing up in Fidelity. One thing that I don't like is that when you're checking out, when you're going to do your votes, what I don't like is that it doesn't seem to apply. It gives you control numbers, but what I'd like to know is how many votes does that control number have? So I have a control number that was issued to me. All my votes are, they look like they're the same, so that's good. Wonder if there's a way I can show you. Yes, there is. I don't think, as long as as long as I don't show you that part, I can show you the rest of this. All right, so 5. So we'll go ahead and throw it up on the screen here, so you can see what it looks like. So this is my voting. It says that I voted. There's the proposals down here. So proposal 1 still has voting options, even though it's been withdrawn. But I went ahead and voted for that anyways. And then you can see that most of them have either for abstain or for against or abstain. And so that's it. I can't show you much further because there's CUSP CUISP number attached. CUSP, yeah, CUSIP. But anyways, yeah, voting. I voted, and my votes appear to be the same as they were from yesterday, so that's good. I'm happy with that. They do have, what's the word I'm looking for? They do have a control number attached to 2 different accounts that I have. But it doesn't show me how many votes those are. So if I wanted to find out that information from that Reddit post that I created the other day, or just showing, putting it back up here for you on the screen, you can call this number, 1-800-249-7120. Call that number and ask them, here's my control number. Give me your control number, your name, your address, and maybe some whatever information that they need in order to look it up, and then ask them how many shares are attached to those control numbers, and then they can tell you, and you can see if it matches with how many shares that you have. So highly recommend checking that out. It's worth looking into. Which is what I probably be doing that myself. I haven't done it yet. I might do it later today. Maybe we could do it together on the phone. I can call him. I'll mute out my control number information and everything, but maybe we'll just call them together and look that all up. So when Duncan gets on, he'll see that message on there for him to submit a price. And since you're going to be doing majority of the voting for John, any ice cream you win is going to be mailed to you. We'll send you the ice cream, Duncan, all the way over to Denmark. And you know, if you get ice cream soup, it's no big deal, right? Like that's fine. Maybe we'll buy you. We'll figure out a way to be able to set up a Venmo or something for you, so we can buy you some ice cream. But yeah, Duncan can be in the running for ice cream as well. Let's see. So the price is kind of dropping a little bit over time. We need a little bit of consolidation due to RSI running pretty high. At the 30-minute interval, it's still at 56.23, which is still a tad bit high. 5-minute interval, it is down to 46.51, which is good. Definitely progress. But it sure does look like almost like a head and shoulder pattern. So a lot of the shares that they borrowed have been returned, right? So it started out at 650 this morning, pretty bright and early. That went dropped down to 0, then back up to 10,000, and now back up to 500,000. So so there's a bit of borrowing going on here. I would say that pretty much is reflected on Ortex as well. Short share interest is increasing. It's at 14, almost 15%, and then it also shows 427,000 shares borrowed. Options are really kind of the spread right now is 39 to 40, so there's a real kind of central focus on that 39-40 range, but it's 42,000 call options at 40 to 14,600 at 39, which is really quite the spread. I mean that's almost a 4-to-1 ratio of calls to puts, which is pretty drastic. We're seeing in sheer amount of total volume of options out there. I think it was last check. Oh, it's up even higher now. We got I can't remember if I left my dog outside or not. I need to go check on him. We have, let's see. Let's do the math real quick here. Oh, he's inside. Just heard him shaking. Let's see. So 226,000 call options. To 102,000. So it's a 2-to-1. 2-to-1 ratio in total calls versus puts. That's actually pretty heavy. Really, really heavy. Outflow versus inflow yesterday. We finished at 983. Inflow versus 894 outflow, which is almost 100 spread, which is pretty decent. $100 million invested more into AMC than that went out. Pretty good numbers. You know what? I did not realize that my box is kind of covering my face. I can fix this. There we go. I like OBS. I don't know. I don't know if anybody uses OBS or not, but or what they use for making videos. But this OBS, this is really cool software. I like it. For being free, it's not bad. What you doing, bro? This is my doggy. You can't see him, but he's down here. He's a big guy. What's going on, puppy? Yeah. Definitely want to get my wife to vote today for sure. I want to make sure her votes are counted. Waiting on Duncan if he pops in here. We'll see if he can get in here and get us a price prediction going. If not, I'll get one for my wife. She can have a price prediction for the day as well. Which she should be walking in the door here pretty soon. So I'm going to sign off for just a few minutes and spend a little bit of time with her. And I will get back to you guys in just a little bit. Happy Tuesday. Yeah, it's good to know who my one viewer is. Hey, Mom. Good to see you here. Let's see. Want to make a price prediction for today? I've got to fill in John. It's either going to be you, Duncan, or Melissa for the price prediction for the day. But I'm going to step aside for just a little bit here. I'll probably return by no later than 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. Okay, be back. Okay, I'm back. A little late there, but eating some breakfast tacos that the wife brought. Yummy. Breakfast tacos. All right, let's look at what we got going here. Let's get rid of those tally marks so they're not in the way. Looks like they've gone through some borrowing and returning. About 300,000-ish on loan from ETFs, and they returned they borrowed 600,000 and returned 500,000 of it back in there. Do notice today, guys, that this is a massive quantity of calls over puts right now. It's over 2-to-1 ratio. That's actually looking really good. Let's look at those calls and see what we're working with. As Duncan has so astutely noticed that at 8:45 Central Standard Time is typically when they tend to reset. So let's watch that for today, and we'll see if that happens right around that time. If the price is going up, I think for sure we're going to see it reset. Let's pull those options over just so you can refresh our memories. 42,000 options at the $40 strike price is the main support for the call side. For the put side, it's 14,627 at the $39. So really only a $1 difference between the two strike prices, the huge support points for the strike prices. But, massively different quantities. If 14 is the highest level of puts, and you scroll down here, you see you got 24 at 45, 16 at 50, and 15 at 125. So we have a lot of out of the money bets going on for this Friday. So if those do make it into the money, especially like these $45 strikes, we could start seeing some fireworks. Duncan, I don't know if you're gonna hear it, so I'll just post this up here. I can't spell. I'm the world's worst speller ever. I probably didn't spell anniversary correct there. That was a terrible. Oh my gosh, that's just absolutely horrific looking. Let's see here. Moving on with the technicals and not my spelling. We are currently at just over 15% short share interest. Let me refresh this real quick here. We have 604,000 shares on loan or borrowed. I want to point out something very interesting. So we had on loan as of yesterday, it said, and I had written it down, it was negative 777,000 shares borrowed, 777, it said it. And I went and I checked to see what the on loan amount was for the day. Day over day, and instead of it being a negative number, it was actually a positive number. So it went from 95.3 million shares to 97.3. So almost 2 million shares were borrowed yesterday, even though it was saying that they had returned 777,000 shares. So, let that be known that the reporting is something is going wrong, right? We're either not getting correct reporting here, or we're not getting correct reporting on the on loan status. My bet is that the reporting right here is inaccurate. The borrowed change is inaccurate. They're not reporting all of their borrowed shares, but it is getting more of them are getting reported over here on the on loan amount. And we did watch the free float percentage increase day over day. We also watched that's the free float on loan. We watched the on loan average per day increase, which is good. And the number of loans that were taken out just, I mean, in general, it just says it's an increase. So failure to delivers have not reported. Those won't be reported until probably the 2nd of next month. We'll get another chunk in here that we'll get to see. And the estimated short share interest is slowly increasing over time. So, you know, it was 14.36, then 14.51, then 14.79, then 14.93, and now we're over at 15% for the day. So looking really, really strong right now. Price predictions for the day today, I'll just throw them up here. You can see I'm at 40 to 43 for ending price. Eric's at 39.5 to 42.5, and Duncan is at 39.4 to 42.4. Shares borrowed currently is at 604. I'm predicting volume of 80 to 100 million shares for the day based off of what we're currently at. And there's our option support line, and with a possible reset time at 8:45 this morning, so we'll be watching out for that. Depending on what happens to the share price, we'll probably see those reset if it continues to spike upwards, I would imagine. Hold on one second. Okay, yeah, I forgot something. Yesterday's volume increased by 12 million day over day. So it was 85 last Friday, and then yesterday was a 97 million share volume day, which is right in that 80 to 100 that I had predicted for yesterday. Again, I'm predicting another 80 to 100. I think that it actually might be on the slight high side. The reason being that I say high is because we're only at 354,000 shares borrowed currently, or sorry, volume currently, and by this time usually we should see around 1 million to 1.5 million. The volume is just super low. Yeah, it's just really, really low. Even the large volume, the volume column that we usually see at 7 a.m. was only 100,000. That's really low. I'm just looking up to see. Hold on a second, guys. Okay, I'm back. Tallies are back up here. So basically, all three of us guys have gone for a neutral day today, so to speak. I mean, it's hard to say that going up as high as $43 is neutral, but since we do allow ourselves a $3 price range, that's if we had a 10% increase on the day, it'd be $4. So we're kind of giving ourselves like a 5% leeway, and if you 5% on the day, it's not a whole lot. And it's gonna get harder and harder the more the price goes up. we might have to give ourselves a little bit more of a spread later on. We broke underneath the VWAP right around is that the correct time? That can't be right. An hour ago. That's got to be what that is. So about an hour ago, we broke underneath the VWAP. Kind of tended to stay there. Kind of broke out a little bit above it, then came back down, and now we're kind of trading just underneath the VWAP for the day, for the morning. Do remember that lower volume days are definitely easier for them to manipulate the price down. Our trigger price for SSR today is at $36.26. We would have to lose to hit that. Obviously, it's 10%, but let me just see here something real quick. Hitting, let's see, 36. What did I say? 36.26. Our previous high, like this that we hit this early this morning, was $40.93. So that means we would have to drop, in order to hit SSR, we would have to drop between that 40.93. A drop to 36.26 would be like an 11.4% decrease in price. So far, since we had hit 34.69 on the 23rd, we hit $40.93 this morning, which is an 18% increase. So we've kind of been trending upwards since the 23rd. And today being the 27th, 23rd, 24, 25, 26, 27. So we're on a, I know it's not all trading days, but we're on a 2-day upswing at least, because 4 or 2 of those 4 days is weekend. So I tried to donate to Stonk Tracker a couple times this morning, and I'm going to try it again right now. And it just didn't go through. It keeps saying something went wrong. Hopefully, hopefully it's not actually putting in a like I've donated, like, because I'm doing $10, and it, hopefully it's not like giving them like $10 over and over and over each time I press that thing. I'll keep trying throughout the day. Hopefully it'll go through here. I'm not sure why it's not. FYI, in case you were wondering, $10 in American dollars is 8.48 in euro. I had to do a conversion this morning. Interesting facts by Casey Shaw. Let's see if we have any Fintel reports. No Fintel reports that are updated. I did go over 2 new Fintel reports on, it looked like 2 different SPACs. So one was actually an acquisition corporation that looks like they have done an acquisition. So that was Soaring Eagle Acquisition Corporation. But then the other one was just a SPAC. It was IRA Science Acquisition Corporation. So it's more of Citadel investing into SPACs. based in the Cayman Islands, or at least they're registered through the Cayman Islands. I really want to know what that's about. I just feel like that there's something so shady going on there. I'm looking at AMC's AMC stonk, AMC stock on Reddit just to see what's being said right now. Break out the vote. I put that out yesterday. Worth a watch if you haven't watched it already, and if you haven't voted, get out there and vote. Hugely important. Let's see if AMC is moving into first in volume. Our volume's pretty low right now. Wow. Okay, so we were actually fourth this morning when I checked it earlier. Fourth in top trending stocks. But we've now moved into first with currently 58% buys of 42 sells. I think that's down 1%. I think it was 59 earlier. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I think it was. We are being outperformed by Baba, which looks like it's the Alibaba group holding. That seems to be doing pretty well. But as far as top trending, we're the top trender on Fidelity. Okay, so my mom's putting up something about the last option on the voting. So I'll go ahead and scroll down to that. She's saying that the wording's interesting for it, and we'll just pull it up real quick here. I've got it somewhere. Proposal 3. Should be 5. Proposal 5. The biggest one is that proposal 3. They outline and like how much they're making and everything. All right, so we'll put it up there just because she's wanting to talk about it. We'll get rid of my ugly face for just a minute. And let's see. If at the annual meeting the number of shares of common stock present or represented and voting in favor of the proposals is insufficient to approve the proposals, or management may move to adjourn the annual meeting to a later date or dates if necessary or appropriate in order to enable our board to solicit additional proxies in favor of the proposals. In that event, you'll be asked to vote only upon the adjournment, postponement, or continual proposal and not any other proposals. So let's see what she's having a problem with here. I don't see anything wrong with that portion of it. Let's move on. In this proposal, we are asking you to authorize the holder of any proxy solicited by our board to vote in favor of adjourning, postponing, or continuing the annual meeting and any later adjournments. If the stockholders approve the adjournment, postponement, or continuation proposal, we could adjourn, postpone, or continue the annual meeting and any adjourned sessions of the annual meeting to use the additional time to solicit additional proxies in favor of the proposals, including the solicitation of proxies from stockholders that have previously voted against the proposal. Among other things, approval of the adjournment, Postponement or continuation proposal could mean that even if proxies representing a sufficient number of votes against the proposals have been received, we could adjourn, postpone, or continue the annual meeting without a vote of proposals and seek to convince the holders to those shares to change their votes to votes in favor of the approval of the proposals. The board recommends and I don't see anything wrong with that. Like there's nothing in there. I mean, they're basically saying like we just want to we want to move the vote to a later date if it's not if we don't get the votes that we want. We want to be able to convince people to vote otherwise, and maybe just the people who have voted against it, not necessarily everybody having a revote. And that's fine. I'm okay with that. If they wanna try and change my mind down the road, I don't have a problem with that. Not seeing specifically anything there that worries me, but if you do see something, let me know what it is that you're seeing that worries you, because I'm not seeing anything there that stands out to me as being unusual. Price kind of dipped a little bit here. Volume starting to pick up a little bit. Let's see. 33,000 shares. That's pretty low. Yeah. But it looks like RSI might be stressed. Nope, not. Never mind. Just kidding. It's doing fine. Okay, guys. It's getting pretty close to time to start the beginning of the show today. So enjoy hopefully the rocket launch that we have here. All right, we're getting closer and closer. It's gonna be another exciting day. Actually, with volume this low, it might not be. All right, guys, 1 minute, and I'm gonna start the start of the show here, and we'll have that little intro to a exciting day. Let's call it an exciting day. We'll see what happens. Let's hope we blow all of our predictions out of the water, and then just have an excellent day like yesterday.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy whole and screw the hedgy. Let's see, we're having a little bit of talk here. My mom is bringing up a point about Proposal 5, whether or not we can continue on the votes. So let me see here. I'm writing something out here. Okay, so the important thing here to realize about that proposal 5, you notice that they took out the proposal 1, and this is probably the most important thing that we need to be thinking about, and why proposal 5 is so important. They took out completely so that there would be no FUD whatsoever about share dilution going forward. So they took out the 25 million additional shares completely off the list. Now, my contention is that if we vote yes for proposal 5, that they could at a later time choose to add that back in. So that's something to consider. It doesn't mean that you're going to consistently see the same votes. They made it a non-issue, but if we push the meeting forward or to a later date, I think that they can reschedule or schedule back in those 25 million shares, and that is something that I do want to vote for. Should the squeeze happen, I think it would be highly useful for us to use that as a tool for AMC to have recovery of some of their debt that they have. So I'm not opposed to pushing this down the road. So can I imagine an election with the same proposals? Yes, I absolutely can. In fact, I want to see more of the same proposals. Not all of them, but some of them I do want to see further down the road. I understand what you're getting at though, because some of the ones that I don't want, no matter what, uh, you know, will also come back around as well. So, but that's fine. If I have to keep voting the way that I'm voting, I'll do so. I'm not going to change my votes on some issues, regardless of whether there's a squeeze or not. But they can keep bringing up the issue if they want to. Eventually, what I guess what I'm saying is that eventually I will have a change in heart on that subject matter. So, say for example, we have a squeeze, and then they have another vote that happens after the squeeze. At that point, I would probably vote no to proposal 5, and then change my votes for the other items that I wanted to change my vote on. So I think, yeah, I do want it to move forward. Everyone keeps voting until the people elected win. I mean, if I vote no on proposal 5, then it doesn't give me the option to vote yes on things that I want to vote for. So I think it's, to blanketly say that I'm not willing to re-vote over and over and over and over until I see the conditions that are right for some of those to be yeses is a bad thing. I want the option. Some people seem to think that the vote is going to mysteriously validate how many naked shorts that there are out there, because they'll be able to see how many votes were registered, and I am not in that boat. I do not see any evidence of that being the case whatsoever. We are not going to get any kind of information in regards to how many actual shares exist based on how many people vote. That's not going to happen. So this voting process is not something that we need to conclude in order to find out any kind of specific information. They already have that information. They've had it back since April when they tried to do this vote the first time, March and April. So I don't see any kind of resolution from ending this process of voting. So we're struggling a little bit. It was kind of like what I was saying. It looked like they were putting up quite a bit of a purchase of shares to try and drive the price down for the day. let's look at options. They're getting about ready to reset here, so I'm gonna try and watch this a little bit more carefully today, just to see if this reset occurs at the same time. We are still at 42.8. That's actually up. We were at 42 even, so it's 42.8 on the call options for 40, and at 14.6, which is still the same for the puts though. So an increase in the calls, but not the puts. We'll watch those in the next 5 minutes. I'll come back. I'm gonna set a timer just so that I remember. And I'm not opposed to hearing other viewpoints. You know, if you think that there's a reason that that we should reconsider a yes vote for that, yeah, let's hear it. I'd love to hear it. But I mean, if the argument is you know, how many times are we going to let them, you know, continue to push this forward? I don't have a problem with pushing it out further and further and further. Let me see. There was some timer I wanted to set for 4. I could set it for 4 minutes. And we will check when my timer goes off. We'll check the options and see if they've reset. So it looks like Adam Aaron may have posted something on Twitter that might be worth checking out. This might be really huge information that could actually cause our stock to absolutely blow the heck up. I'm looking. It looks like they had a statement about Adam Aaron. I was seeing something that said CEO Adam Aaron, message for you all from all AMC Apes of the world, issue a 0.01 cent dividend to flush out illegal shares once and for all. I think it's just I think it's a call. It's a call to Adam Aaron to issue a dividend to attempt to identify how many synthetic shares are out there. Okay, so the price is getting hit pretty hard, and we said that from before. As volume is low, this is gonna be difficult for us to maintain price. It's a great time for them to ladder tack the share price. We got about a minute to 20 seconds left before I check the okay, they reset. It wasn't even 8:45 yet, so I just went ahead and checked it. They went ahead and reset it already. We'll start checking at in between 8:40 and 8:45, but there is a reset on options as of already. It looks like, I mean, it just looks barren across the board right now. They'll start repositioning, but this gives you a good opportunity to see probably what retail investors are buying in options, because they've pulled all the institutional ones off, all the hedging. So it looks like a lot of retail investors have put in money between 35 and 37 on options, which is good, really, really good. But yeah, it looks like the puts are really positioning right now for like 25 bucks. They think they can drive this down. Let's see what happens. Let's look at our inflow versus outflow. 68 to 76. So this doesn't look like a huge run. I wouldn't say that there's like anything crazy going on here, even though the price did drop, basically a dollar 20-ish. So, a lot of volume, kind of activity picking up, which is good. We want to see the volume pick up for sure. Amazon is down right now. Cinemark is down 2%. Doge is up 4%, almost 5. GME is down 1%, and we are down about 3% as of right now. The rest of the market is declining big time. 5,129 decliners versus 1,553 advancers. The Nasdaq, the Dow Jones, and the S&P 500 all down right now. I'm going to keep it on this page just long enough to watch this heat map kind of change here. I want to see what happens. We should see a whole bunch of red pop up on there. So if the market's down right now, we should be heading up. Today definitely looks like a heavy attack day. I am showing that they short share interest on the free float is 14. Oh my gosh, look at that red. 14.92% with borrowed shares currently at, it was at 604,000 borrowed for the day. It is now negative 58,000. So I will change that number. Yeah, I think they're fudging these numbers big time, and I'll show you why. Yesterday at the end of the day, this was reporting over here for borrowed change. It was reporting negative 777,000 shares returned. But when you went to the on loan actual amount, it went from 95.5 to 97.3. So they almost borrowed 2 million loans, but yet the borrowed change said negative 777,000. So I don't see how these numbers are jiving. They're not at all. So when they're reporting how much the borrowed change is over here, it's not accurate to what's actually on loan. Look at this red. The IT sector, software and IT services, is pretty much the only sector that's actually doing anywhere decent. Everything else, the banking, everything's just really hitting hard. I would suspect that we're going to see a turnaround on the price here. I'm not sure exactly how long that's going to take. I'm looking for some kind of indicator here that I can draw out to show just maybe there might be something here. So if I had to guess, what we're probably going to see is we're going to see this trend down. We're going to hit this $38.50, 60-cent level of resistance probably and bounce off of it. I mean, it almost hit it down here and kind of already did bounce off of it once. So my guess is that we'll probably follow this descending channel until we get to this level of support, and then probably bounce off of it and then head back up again. I mean, it could be sooner, like it could happen like right now and head up. But I do think that there's going to be a good level of support here at 38.62. I mean, you can already see a buy wall at $39 for 3,500 shares. Oh, excuse me. Taco's coming back. The reset did happen at least by 8:44 this morning. It'll be interesting to see if that resets like every single day. I think Duncan might be onto something. Let's go ahead and start tracking with the reset numbers. Just to remind you, we were at a call of $40 at 42.8 thousand options that were there. Currently, there's only 1,584 now. The strongest point is probably not those yet. 1482. Okay, that is the strongest point. So still set at $40, but there's only 1.5 now. For the put side, this is going to look pretty depressing. This is going to narrow or widen up the spread here. On the put side, we are currently, the strongest point is at $23. Holy Toledo. That is nasty. Oof. That's going to ruffle some feathers if we get down that low. Let's just hope that's just some deep out of the money hedge funds that are hoping. Because if we knock that one out, the next level of support is going to be actually right there too at $22, and then the one after that would be $36. I have a feeling we'll see 36 pick up pretty fast. So it does appear that we are starting to kind of make some gains back. Whether or not we break out here remains to be seen. At the 30-minute interval, our RSI is kind of low. It's at 42.33. 5-minute interval, it is at 34.47. So it's definitely looking to come back up here. We're currently at 2.5 million shares traded, a little less than a half hour away from the day being done. Normally, I'd like to see, we'd be somewhere around 15 to 20 million by this point, if not more. On a really, really busy day, we'd see like 30 million by 9. Or a half hour in a market open. My dog's over here. He's like, hey, give me some love. How's it going, Bruno? He's a good dog. He's a good puppy, aren't you? So I'll check Fintel for AMC and see if they've got any new updates. Okay, doesn't appear like there's anything new there. Uh, 3 hours ago, Trade posted a mega boom boom candle. Maybe this one right here. No. I'm not sure where he saw that at. I don't know, I don't see it. I'm not seeing this mega candlestick of volume. Yeah. Just not seeing it. Okay, so we went ahead and tested that $38.62. So that's going to kind of be like that level of support that we need to hit and bounce off of in order to get back out of this channel here. So it's seemingly kind of, price is just kind of hovering right around it. It looks like it's going to try and drop below it. Okay, it is driving past it, but we do have another level of support at 38.26. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna put the options back up over here real quick. So that really depressing value of $23 as a support level is now gone. It's no longer there. $23. It was right here. It's gone. But the new support level is $39. That actually is way less scary than it was. That's good. Okay, so it's looking like $39 again. That's so much better looking than it was, and we'll put 1.1K. And then we've got $40 on the other side at 2.9. So again, still a 2-to-1 ratio. Let's see how that showed up. I am curious how that showed up over here. 220 to 110, so 2-to-1. And dark pool trading yesterday, 71.5. I thought for sure this number would be lower. You know, when I saw that there was 777,000 shares returned, I felt like that number was going to be a lot lower. One thing when I talked to True Demon, the one thing that I wanted to point out that I saw as a difference for those of you who are watching, check this out. So the indicator that I had pointed out and then later interviewed True Demon on that really kind of excited me was this one right here, this on loan average per day, and my target date that was supposed to hit on the last day of the window would have been the 19th. And we ended up seeing the spike on the 20th, which was one day later than I had thought. But look at this. Watch this real quick here. The spike wasn't nearly as big as I thought it was going to be. But the 19th is right here, and this is inside my window, the 16th. And if you look at that, it jumped from 63.4% in the dark pools to 66.6%. This would have been the start of the pop that we were supposed to see. It went from 66.6 to 66.9 to 67, 67.1, jumped way up to 71, 71.4, 71.5. It is just getting harder and harder and harder for them to hide these buy orders. These huge, massive buy orders are coming in, and they're hiding them in the dark pools, and it shows it right here in these numbers. You know, if you look at what we were trading in the dark pools before, it was like the mid 50s to the low 60s, and now we're in the 70s. So a 10% increase of volume going to the dark pools. That could be money that would be added on to the top of where we're trading at right now, and could easily be putting us at a much higher price range if those were going where they're supposed to. So something to consider. That they are definitely hiding these. You know, we need to get people off the PFOF, the payment for order flow methods of trading, and trading straight to the market. It's highly important. My dog's acting like he really wants to go outside. He wants to go chase rabbits. He must see something out there. Huh. You're gonna leave. We've got little tiny bunnies in the backyard right now, so he already killed, I think, 2 of them, unfortunately. We're trying to keep him from killing the bunnies, the little tiny ones. I'm not letting you outside. No. You're not going to go outside, okay? Not right now. You're going to leave those bunnies alone, okay? You let them be. Dog's just being a dog. Okay, so it did break through that level of resistance at 38.62, but it's it broke through it and then went right back up again. So I wouldn't say that it accomplished breaking through or punching through that level, but it is attempting to try it again. Hopefully this can work its way out and we can get past this channel and then hopefully on an upswing. There is 13.5 million shares traded about a little over a half hour into the day. Low volume. I mean, we could see. I was kind of thinking that my estimate of 80 to 100 million shares traded today was going to be a little high. There's definitely room for me to think that there's for us to be able to come in at about 70 to 80 million might be a possibility. It just kind of depends on how the day goes on. I do have the True Demon price indicators or the indicators for MOAS up there. I gave them a nice little color coding. Hopefully they're easy to read. It's difficult for me to see. I'm pulling it up on my screen so I can see what it looks like to you guys. Boy, I hope that's not. Oh, okay, that's not too terribly bad. I do have. It does look like I have a pretty blurry screen to you guys, though. Hopefully, it's not too terribly awful. Short exempt volume, 552,000 yesterday. We're looking for 3 million there. So we're not quite hitting that short exempt volume ratio that we need. We need to see that 3 consecutive days, which is the 3x that I have over there. Utilization needs to be over 95%. I think there's some room to give on that. I know 95% is what True Demon had set up as a goal or a target. I personally believe that we could be somewhere around 92 to 93 to be actually hitting the success rate on that indicator. So just because of the fact that I do know that there is some margin of error in the reporting for utilization. So I think 92 or 93. So we're almost there. And we did jump up quite a bit. We were 88% utilization yesterday. So we're all, in my mind, we're almost in the green. If we go up to like 91 or 92%, I'll probably make that a yellow box instead of red. Meaning that we're pretty much like on the cusp of hitting that number. Day over day price increase. So we had an 8.92% increase yesterday, which is the first day in a row that we're over a 5% increase, which is what he was looking for. So I went ahead and put a tally of 1 over there next to it so that we know how many days we're having that completed. But yesterday was a green marker for that. Okay, so here's the point where they're going to try and drive past 38.26, and they're making it past there. So they're trying to get it down past that point of resistance and trying to drive it so they can continue down this descending parallel channel. 38.26, that's the number we're looking for. We need to stay above that. First 45 minutes of the day, and we're gonna probably wipe out the gains that we had from yesterday. I love these hedge funds, man. They're just too much. So we had an 18% increase. Well, actually, last time we had an increase was 49.3%. Then we lost 25.4%. Now we're up 18%, and now we're heading down. If I were to put this price in currently, the 37.99, just to see what we're looking at on losses since we hit 40.93 in the early market hours of today, that would be a 7.2% drop. You know, of course, I know the market ticker is only counting what we've had since the market opened. But we were actually higher than the market opening price of $39.91. We were as high as $40.93. So I'm going to go ahead and start tracking a synthetic price failure. That's what I like to call these. The hedge funds are putting on their SPF and protecting themselves from sunlight. Let's see, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, so 4 days. So we had a four-day positive swing. And that includes weekends. So it was really only 2 day. But 37.86, 7.5% down. So remember, the last upswing was from 34.69 up to 40.93. So we do know, based off of the options that they're putting out there for today, they're kind of centering it around 39. So the lower they can get this, the better for them. We'll go ahead and refresh that, since that's going to be populating probably pretty quickly here with more and more options. 39 is still the central point. It has increased to 2.4. Doubling 2.4 would put us on almost 5,000. Let's see if we have 5,000. Yep, we do. 5.4. 5.4 on the calls at 40. Let's see if there's anything stronger down below. No. So when we do break out of this descending parallel channel, this is a bullish indicator. So it should swing out, heading bullish above it. I guess our next target of support's 37.32. Going to try and swing out of this thing by that time. Looks like we got about a little over an hour. 15 million shares traded after 45 minutes. Amazon down 1.7. Cinemark down 3%. Doge is up 1.5%. GME down 2.25. We're down 6.2, 3, 4, 1, 2, something like that, 6%. Let's see what kind of hit pieces they got out on us on the media right now. What kind of bad things they could possibly be saying. 21 hours ago, 4 hours ago. These 3 cheap growth stocks should easily beat AMC, the motley fool. They're so funny. AT&T Warner Media just threw theater chains like AMC and Cinemark under the bus. The biggest risk to film exhibitors like AMC and Cinemark isn't a budding competition with Warner Brothers films offered simultaneously on HBO Max. Let's see, I gotta open this up. This is The Motley Fool. So basically, this hit piece is trying to suggest that movies are gonna basically start heading to homes instead of Cinemark and AMC, into the movie theaters. There's probably a market for it to some extent, but not everything. I think there's definitely movies that you just gotta see in the movie theater. There's definitely room for movie theaters to still be making money. Okay, so we got a little bit of an upswing. Looks like we could attempt to try and punch out of this channel here. I'm curious to see if this is going to continue to rise, this dark pool trading. From 71% to 71.4% to 71.5%. How much? Wait a minute. Oh, 552,261. 5525. I think they put it in the short exempt volume. It's in there. I just now realized it's in there. Short exempt volume. Is that the right data? It is. That is the right data. Wow. That's cool. Okay. So we got something done, guys. We reached out to the right people, and we now have short exempt volume. So I reached out to Stonk Tracker yesterday, and I told him, I said, hey, we've got these indices that we want to really kind of see what's happening with them over time. They're kind of difficult for everybody to track, and so if we could have them in one place, like your Stonk Tracker page, it would be awesome if you could build in the short exempt volume into the indices that you're tracking. And sure enough, here they are. Looks like the day after. I don't know why I didn't notice that before. Uh, I, I don't even know at what point. I'm gonna have to go back through my feeds and look and see, but there it is. I talked to him yesterday, and here it is today. So, wow, thank you, thank you so much. I want to give out a shout out to him, but I don't know if he wants his name advertised, his Reddit username. That's actually how I contacted him. So yeah, he actually posted a thing to me this morning at 6:28 this morning and said, "Hi, my friend. Here you go. Thank you for your help." I'm gonna type back, "Wow, that was amazingly fast. I'm really excited to see this, and I will make sure to point it out to the community." Apes together strong. I said the thanks goes all to you. Apes together strong. I'm gonna let my dog out. He really seems like he's whining like he needs to go. So I'm gonna step away. We did break out of that descending parallel channel. I'm really happy to see. Duncan, you're saying I think the volume resets each day. Open interest are the ones that are currently open. Volume is how much is traded over a given period. Are you referencing the indicator that I was just talking about? The short exempt volume. That was one of the indicators that we're watching for. So we broke out of that descending parallel channel, which was nice. Oh, and the options chain volume is how much is traded over a given period. Okay, so let me look at that real quick here. I know what you're saying. Volume is over a given period. So you're saying it resets every single day like that, and I just never noticed. That's insane. I mean, I didn't. So it resets no matter what every single day at the same time. That's interesting. I did not know that. It always seemed to happen whenever the price was like skyrocketing. Huh. Interesting. Okay, well, I mean, at least we know that it happens every day at around 8:45. Let me go let my dog out real quick before he before he does something terrible. I'll be right back. Yeah, we didn't notice the volume changing daily. That's interesting. But I know it changes other times too. There is other times where I've witnessed it changing other than that time. So I know that they have to be selling at other points as well. Looks like we're kind of consolidating right now. Having a little bit of difficulty driving past that 38.26 level of resistance. And that's crazy. I feel really accomplished on having gotten something done for the community. That's really nice to see that. I'm especially really honored that they would push out a. I'll just show you guys. So they got that short exempt volume value tracked now in the trading data in here. So that the numbers that True Demon was talking about, he wants to see over 3 million of these. So the last time we were even close to that number were on the 19th, 20th, and 21st. We had 1.1, 1.9, and 1.2. It's kind of been going down since. So this will be interesting to track over time. But since the 25th of June, we haven't seen numbers that high. Which is awesome. I'm going to open interest are the calls and puts that have not been exercised yet. Tells us what they are betting on for the week. Open interest. So if I go back, open interest. That is what they're betting on. Let me just make sure I understand this. That's what they're betting on. Open interest are the calls and puts that have not been exercised yet. Okay. Those have not been okay, and that's why when you look at Stonko Tracker's page and you pull it up over here and you see like still massive quantities reporting, that's why those numbers are still high, is because those have not been exercised as of yet. I got you. So the question is should I be tracking? I really should be tracking that open interest and not current volume. Or maybe I should be tracking kind of both a little bit. Now that makes sense. That interpretation makes sense. So maybe I'll track. It's starting to make me feel like I should be tracking open interest. I think I should. Let's do that. I'm going to modify how I'm tracking. Oops, wrong one. Okay, so I'll bring that back over here real quickly. So we want open interest, and the biggest amount of open interest is at $40 with 19.2. So let's track this just ever so slightly. 19.2. And then for the put side, the highest amount of open interest is at $30 with 23.7. So there's far more put options that are going to expire out of the money if they don't hit 30 by this Friday than there are call options. So they definitely want to try and drive the price down more for this week. Otherwise, they're going to be severely out of position. So you're saying I should track both of them? All right. So what I'll do is option support line. I'll put in. Let's put in. We'll just call it OI, open interest. Okay, OI, and then we'll put in volume. Okay, so for volume, I have to put those numbers back in then. So volume's kind of like you're saying, volume is the daily tracker. Open interest is what they have for the entire week. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. I like learning. This is good. 5.4 thousand and puts are currently at should be 39. Nope, it's kind of trending down to 35. That'll change, I'm pretty sure. $35 is oh, that's not correct. 39 at 2.4. Okay. All right. So here's how it looks now. So this is how I'm tracking it now. So option support line. So open interest OI. Got your calls and puts in here, and then by volume your calls and puts. So this is what I'll be changing. We'll just kind of look at these as the day goes on and change them as needed. But the spread between the open interest is between 40 and 30. But the volume right now, the current volume is between a spread of $40 and $39 still. I wonder why it resets at the time that it does. That's right, man. Earning these wrinkles. You know, and I'm okay with that. I don't mind saying that I don't know something. 34 options out of the money. 34 at end of the week will put most of options out of the money. Let me see here. 34. Anything higher than 34, right? Yeah. Is there something that you're using to track that that swing ratio, where that's at? Because if you are using something, let me know what that is. So I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of this channel. I think we're done with that. Looks like some consolidation going on right now. 30-minute interval RSI is low at 35.33, so it's definitely room to move up. 5-minute intervals at 37.19. I think we could see some buying pressure moving forward. Pure brain power. That's the best, man. The best. I don't see. I mean, volume's just so low right now. I mean, we're an hour into trading with only 20 million. Sometimes we see 20 million in the first 10 minutes. So, I mean, this is just incredibly low volume today. The amount of shares borrowed is negative 133 right now. That is lower than what it was. It was 58 earlier. Our short share interest percentage is 14.91, so that's fallen a little bit. I've got to. I want to. I'm gonna make a post real quick on Reddit. Just want to put that in there about the short exempt volume being in that listing, just so everybody knows. I've got to link the page. I know I got it in here somewhere on my phone. I do so much of my posting on my phone. I don't know why. After yesterday's post that I put in there, it looks so much better through the PC. I've just always used my phone for posting. I just don't. Oh, it looks like Reddit might be down. Reddit's down, guys. At least it is for me. Let me see if I can do it, because I don't always log in on my PC on my computer, because sometimes when my account will go down on my phone, and it'll be just fine if I don't log in. So it's almost like I'm getting personally attacked. It's like my user ID is getting attacked somehow. I've had this happen before. If I just don't log in anywhere, or somebody else, I have like my wife look at it, it's just fine for her. But my account will get will have these periods where it just won't work. I'm showing good bars. I'm showing good connectivity. I can go to if I try to search the entire Reddit, it still has problems. I'll try resetting my phone and seeing if that makes a difference. Yeah, like I said, I've had instances where like I can get to Reddit. It's not down because I can get to Reddit using a non-logged in account, right, on the PC. It's not a problem. I can get in there. But when I try to get in using my account, there's sometimes where my account gets I don't know. It's like DDoS attacks on an account. I don't even know if that's possible. But anytime that I've ever posted like any kind of like major DD that's gotten any kind of like hot, um, I guess upvotes or whatnot, this tends to happen. I haven't had anything recently. I mean, I did post the voting information yesterday, but there's nothing in there that I would say would have. It didn't get very good traction. So let's see. I'll try. Maybe it might just be a phone thing. So the phone's reset. I'm trying to get back in. Yeah, it's still shutting me out. If I log into a different account ID, it still has problems. So maybe it could be a couple things. It could be the mobile version is having an issue, whatever mobile app I'm using here. It may be having problems. It could be my it can't be my account because I'm trying different accounts. Well, maybe I'll just log in through the PC and post that information. Let's try. Okay. So I will take this. So let's see, I'm putting Stonko tracker is now reporting short exempt volume under trading data. Oh my, Stonko tracker is now reporting short exempt volume. And that's under the trading data section. Let's see here. I want to give a shout out to the guy, but I don't know if he wants his Reddit ID posted. Okay, there we go. So I'll go ahead and post that. Oh yeah, I wanted to post the link. I almost forgot the link. My goodness, that would have been stupid. Hey everybody, look what's going on. And where's that happening? All right, let's post this. Please fix the above requirements. Oh yeah, I hate when you have to do this. You have to add flare. Add flare. Flare. It reminds me. Flare reminds me of what was that movie? Office Space, where they had the waitresses and waiters had to have flare flare buttons on their outfit for the day. Ridiculous. It's not even letting me post flare. DD. We'll call it DD. All right, posted. Cool. That is so awesome. That is really cool to see that short exempt volume over there. So cool. All right, let's see. Let's see what kind of trends we can identify here. You know, if I went to a 5-minute scale, I bet you I see a George W. There could be a little bit of a George W forming here. Yeah, let's push up past that 38.62. I want to see us get back past that. TPS. Yeah, I'm gonna need you to come in on Saturday and do a little extra work. And if you could, yeah, if you could, when you submit those TPS reports, could you, that guy was just so terrible. Oh, that stapler, that's mine. No, not the red stapler. I don't know, Duncan, if you ever watch American comedy, and it might actually get lost in translation because I don't know what your guys' working environment's like over there in Denmark, but you know that's a classic here in the United States. People really like that. Yeah, it's definitely a lowercase George W. Well, let's see. We'll see what happens here. I don't know what's going on with my phone. I don't know why it does it every once in a while. I think it's the app. Okay, see, it's working now. Now I have to log out of the PC version. All right, cool. That hopefully that saves people some time and they don't have to like search all over the place trying to find short exempt volume. If anybody wants to be tracking that indice, and I do. So seeing it printed right up there makes it so much more simpler for me to find that, and I can trust it. I looked up the data and verified that that data is actually correct, and it is. So yeah, they did a great job of posting that up there. What an awesome community. We're kind of heading back towards the VWAP. Looking like we're trying to push past that maybe. All right, so I already got a response to my to my post about that information being there, saying, "What's that mean?" That's a great question. What does it mean? What does short exempt volume mean? Got to go back and watch the show. Actually, no. A great explanation for that is True Demon's explanation, right? If you want to find out what short exempt volume is, that would be the place to go. So, you know, I'll just look that up here and we'll look at it together real quickly, and then I can point that out to the user. Let's see here. Posts. Short exempt volume. Uh, hmm. Okay. Let's see here. So I found the article. Trigger update. What is short exempt? First, you need to know the role of market maker. A market maker is an organization that facilitates highly liquid stock trading by accepting trades on behalf of investors. What happens is when you send a buy order, the market maker automatically accepts your purchase by taking the other side of the trade. They do this by either selling a share to you directly or by shorting the stock. Then the market maker goes into the market and finds a seller at a better price, and they profit the difference, which is called the spread. The narrower the spread, the less the maker per trade, or less they make per trade rather. But the narrower the spread, the more volume they tend to get, which means more profit. Hence, they tend to favor high volume trading. Short exempt is a special case where market makers such as Citadel are permitted to naked short a stock short without locating or borrowing a share, and are granted a special exemption to locate and deliver a failure to delivery that gets created in the process within the T+6 settlement days. Failure to close the resulting failure to deliver by the T+6 settlement date in theory forces the market maker to no longer be permitted to short a stock. So basically, what we want to see is we want to see those that short exempt volume increasing, because the higher that gets, the more failure to delivers there's going to be in the future. So that's why we want to see that number increasing. Okay, what does it happen, or why does it happen, and what is it for? A short exemption is what the SEC considers necessary for bona fide market making activities, which is why it's an exception to the regulation short or reg show trading rules. This is because in what the market makers call panicked markets, they need to be able to take the trades fast. If they fail to do this, the market stops moving and trading halts occur, which is considered extremely bad. For this reason, the SEC allows market makers to take the other side of a trade by shorting a stock without locating the share first. This is legal naked short. However, there is a catch. A short exempt automatically results in a failure to deliver. Market makers must close FTDs within T+6 days. That's 6 trading days after the transaction. For this reason, you can look at short exempts and you can build a reasonable guess as to how many failures to deliver there might be. Also keep in mind that short exempts are daily total, while failures to deliver are cumulative value, meaning that failures to delivers that aren't close on Monday get included in the failure to delivers for Tuesday. So I'm going to copy this. No, I'm going to link it to. I'm going to link him to that post. So what I need to do is I need to look it up here. Give me 1 second, guys. We got up over that 38.62. We're kind of like right there, just stuck on it. So I'm almost done. Okay, so I responded. I said there's part one to this. If you're aware, you should probably start with looking up True Demon. But as for your question, it's explained in part two of this DD. Price is actually moving up pretty nicely right now. 39.09. And like I said before, it looked like we had like a synthetic price failure. An attempt to try and drive down the price. This is a short ladder attack right here. Followed by a mini W. Price is still going up nicely. We are now trading above the VWAP. Let's see here. I would expect that we're going to see shares borrowed here pretty soon. Unless that's not the objective. Currently, they are at 297 shares returned reporting. Right? Let's not confuse things. They're only reporting that they've borrowed or returned 297,000 shares. So again, yesterday we saw 777,000 shares returned. And then what actually ended up happening was that the on loan value went up from 95.5 million to 97.3 million, or 97.5. It was pretty close to 97.4. So almost 2 million shares on loan more day over day, even though they said that the borrow change had gone negative by 777,000. I don't make these numbers up. That was the value that we had from yesterday. I recorded it early this morning. I know it's such a strange number. 777,000. 777, we'll take it. I feel like maybe I should change my Reddit name. I would change my Reddit name to match my YouTube account, except for the fact that I don't know. I don't know if you can even can you do that? Like maybe you can. Maybe I should change it, at least so that I'm recognized as the same person. I don't know. I always kind of liked the idea that I had anonymity on Reddit. That was like one of the cool features was nobody really knew who you were. So if you said something or did something that was not popular, who cares? Nobody knows who you are. So now I have to kind of like, and I actually posted something. So I'm gonna be straight up front with you guys. I'm gonna get some backlash for this, but I did post some stuff up recently, some comments about the vaccines and some of the stuff that's going on right now with the mandatory vaccine mandates here. And in France, I don't know if you guys are noticing in the news, but France is having major protests in streets over mandatory vaccinations being imposed by their government. And now it's starting, the United States wants to kind of follow suit with these mandatory vaccinations. And I think you're going to see a little bit of a backlash here too. I don't think people are going to be too happy about that. The one thing that I have to say though is that when I saw things, the way the media was reporting is it made it sound like they were just saying they had to have vaccinations mandatory in France, like it was just going to be like everybody had to have it. But really, it was more when I started doing some research. It was more about like if you want to go to bars, if you want to go to cinemas, if you want to go basically places where there's a lot of people, you have to be vaccinated. Otherwise, there would be fines imposed. So, you know, I guess that's in a sense that kind of gives people an option. Like if you don't want to get vaccinated, you just don't go to bars or movie theaters or anything like that. Um, which I guess I probably wouldn't be opposed to. Um, at least it gives people an opportunity to still choose. Um, I think it's they just started mandating. They're saying that they're going to mandate that the VA medical workers have to have the vaccines, um, or have to go without pay. That's going to be they're going to be some upset people about that. It's funny because there's this big, huge push by both people and media suggesting that there's not very many doctors that are opposed to getting the vaccine. But the thing is that there's actually quite a few doctors who are opposed to getting the vaccine. And they're just not openly speaking up about it, but they're just not getting it either. I know when I had COVID, when I was at the hospital, one of the nurses that treated me there basically said like this COVID thing's really not that big of a deal. Uh, you know, as you're starting to get better or as you're recovering, you need to just go outside and start walking around and breathing in fresh air. And he's like, you'll get past it. He's like, I've already had it twice. So he was basically sitting there telling me that I wasn't really at risk and that I needed to just, kind of suck it up and get outside and breathe the fresh air. Which I don't necessarily fully agree with, but um, you know, I do think COVID is a killer, and I worry for my health and a lot of other people's health who have it. Just want to make sure my ring is off. I turn it off when I stream just because I know it takes up a lot of bandwidth recording videos. So I'm just verifying that it's indeed off. It is. But yeah, I mean, uh, Duncan, if you're still listening, like, how are things looking over there in Denmark? Are you guys, does it feel like there's a lot of people opposed to getting the vaccine? Are there a lot of people getting the vaccine? How's round two of COVID looking over there? What are you seeing from your end over there? And it's to me it's not a very controversial issue. I think there's people out there who don't want the vaccine, and there's people who think everybody should have it, and I think that there's probably a good medium in there somewhere. Um, I don't know. Like I kind of wonder. I'd like to ask my mom sometime. Uh, Today would be an awesome day to do a Skype with her if she could, but um, I'd like to ask her like what she saw in her lifetime. Say for example, like what was the one that got in the 70s? Was it the 70s? Yeah, I want to say it was like early 70s. Everybody got a shot in their arm. You can look at people's arms, and if they have this little like circular looking spot there, I think there was like a smallpox shot that people got, and the method that they delivered it into the arm will cause kind of a little bit of a mark on the skin, like a permanent mark that looked like a kind of a messed up skin area. It was just kind of bumpy looking, and so you could tell everybody who had this smallpox, I think it was smallpox shot back in the early 70s. You can tell when you look at if you ever see that portion of their arm and you see it's there, you know instantly how old they are, just because that's when people were getting it. Oof. I'm getting high latency right now. Coming back down to test that 3862. I feel obligated to post to people. Um, okay, so a little bit of a price fall there. It does look like, let's see what kind of pattern we may be forming here. There might be a little bit of an ascending parallel channel, very little. I don't have two touch points on the top yet, but it's close. And we can just track this and see if it works out. But I feel inclined to respond to people on Reddit who are posting things like, how do I vote? I think I think we need to like make sure like when we see posts like that that we need to be on top of that. So let me just pull this up real quickly because I want to get on top of posting back to these people when they're saying that stuff. That's important. We need, we're down to the last 48 hours, less than 48 hours left to vote. Now is the time to make sure that we're getting people in and voting. Super, super, super important. If you have shares and you have not checked out to see whether or not you can vote, you should definitely be researching it to see. So I am going to spend a lot of today and tomorrow kind of perusing Reddit and watching for these how do I vote questions to come up and just kind of responding to them the same thing like check out my video, check out the DD just because it's there and it does talk about how you can vote and how to find out if you can vote. I want to make sure we cover everybody. We want to make sure everybody's in on this. Because again, the number one most important thing right now is just getting those votes completed. Getting everybody to put in their votes is important. So I'm just kind of looking through Reddit right now to see if there's any other how do I vote posts in here I can respond to. I want to see that new Ghostbusters movie, Afterlife. It's going to be exclusive to the cinemas. I will definitely sign up to go see that movie. Kind of like I don't know if I want to call it a reboot, but like the future, what happened in the future after Ghostbusters, 1980s. Yes, so long ago. Apparently we made BMO's no naked or uncovered options trading on AMC. We made the list. Okay, so we've broken out of that channel. I would definitely say that's a breakout. I think today is definitely going to be. I mean, it does seem like it's going to be a sidewards trading type of day. Of course, we are down quite a bit from. Well, not quite, but 5%, less than 5% from opening. Currently at 14.86% short share interest. 414,000 shares returned, according to Ortex. So let's see what our inflow versus outflow is currently. Right now we are sitting at 251 to 274. So we're definitely declining on the inflow versus outflow. Let's take a look at on Fidelity how that's actually looking right now. Orders by Fidelity in popularity. AMC is on top. We are currently trading at 58% buys to 42 sells. That's updated as of sometime today. It doesn't actually. No, that says as of 7:26. 1 second. Let me see if it's due to the fact that I need to relog back in here. Let's see. Yeah, hold on a second. Let me log back in. I think because I wasn't logged in, it was giving old data. That did seem like what it was reporting earlier today. Okay, let's see. Okay, AMC has slipped a little bit. We were first earlier Tesla and Alibaba. I think that's Baba. I'm not sure what that is exactly, but it says Alibaba Group. AMC's in third. We have 69% buys over 31% sells. So definitely more heavy buying than there is selling going on. I am not seeing any new filings for the company. We'll take a look at the options real quick here. Okay, so we're tracking this a little bit different now, just because we know that there's a big difference between OI and volume. So let's check this out here real quick. We have 19.2 in the call section for $40 strike, which for the OI, which is correct, and the 5.4 is no longer correct. It's now 14.2. Okay, so we have the volumes increasing at the $40 strike price. Volume is also increasing for the puts, and it is currently at $38. So it moved from 39 and moved down to 38. And the level of support on that is about 6.2 in volume. Whereas the puts on the OI is 23.7 still. So these values right here. Put that aside. Hopefully you could see all that. You know what? You may have not been able to see that. Let's see. Did I have that where you could see it? Yeah. Would have been not just almost covered up. I get to get rid of a couple pages now. Now that I don't have to track short exempt volume, and it automatically is tracked on Stonk Tracker, it's awesome. Don't got to worry about that anymore. It's already there. Let's see if Charles Payne is putting out any tweets. Nothing current. What do we got on Trey? Nothing on Trey. We'll look up Matt Kors. looks like 3 hours ago he posted his live chat that he started. Shares on loan 97.39. Is that correct? That is correct. He has the correct value in there. Increases across the board. There was increases across the board. But not on short exempt volume. That actually was a decrease. So this could be a head and shoulders. I think that this one's supposed to be I think this shoulder is supposed to be lower. Let me just verify that real quick here on the head and shoulders. I always forget. Cup and handle. I don't remember where I read that, but I know I read it someplace. I'm pretty sure that the second shoulder is it's either supposed to be lower or higher, and I can't remember which when it's going to be a bearish. But this would be a bearish indicator right here. And it's definitely higher, that second shoulder, as of right now. So this may not be a correct indicator. Well, it might be the starting of the formation because this is higher on this side over here than this. It may not be accurate. We'll watch it and see what happens. But I would expect during this time frame, in order for this formation to complete, it would have to extend out to probably about here before we'd see a price drop. You wouldn't want to see the price going probably above this line. If it goes above this line, this formation is not accurate. On a 30-minute interval, our RSI is at 38.76, which is on the lower side. On the 5-minute interval, it is at 44.9, which is just low of medium. Man, I'm so pumped. I'm so pumped that I can just scroll to Stocko Tracker to get my short exempt volume now. That's so nice. And here's the interesting thing. This is what I kind of like about this too. It's interesting, and I'm curious. I would like to see what True Demon says about this. But notice that it says short percentage and then it says short exempt volume. So this is the amount of volume that there was. If this was the percentage of the total amount traded, that wouldn't be accurate though, would it? No, that wouldn't be accurate because we were at like 98 million or something like that yesterday in trades. What were we? 97 million? That wouldn't be 30%, 39.8%. I'm trying to see how these numbers are tied into each other. Short percentage. Short exempt volume. I mean, you can see right here that these two percentages are almost identical, but one of these numbers is about 200,000 more than the other. So you can have more volume, but not much of a difference in short percentage. Day over day on volume on the 22nd versus the 23rd. It was 93 million on the 22nd and 85 million on the 23rd. So really only like a 7 million, 8 million difference. Yeah, see, I would expect to see almost a mirror image of something like this over here. And it's really kind of funny because when I zoom in on this, you can almost see head and shoulders inside of the head and shoulders, right? So you got shoulder, head, shoulder, which should be an indicator for going down, but instead it went up and you had shoulder, head, shoulder. And then you did have your down, but then you're coming back and it should be shoulder, probably a head, and then another shoulder, and then we'll probably see the ultimate down movement after that. Or, this could also just be, ascending parallel. One of the two. Which we still don't have two touch points for on the top. Unless you counted both of those two. But I wouldn't. So it's going to be one of these two things. Either one of these indicators would be that the price is going to decrease. When it breaks out. So, this would be a nice little wedge pattern right here, right? So it's going to like form what it's going to form and then break out, somewhere down the line right here. This might be the first time that I've ever seen like a double indicator on a pattern where you have like a head and shoulders with an ascending parallel pattern, ascending channel. I want to get rid of volume on here just to make this bigger because we can see volume down here. All right, guys, half-hour break time for me. It is 10:30. It's that time. But I'm taking 40 minutes. Not a half hour. I'm taking 40 minutes. Dang it. 40 minutes. I'll see you back here at 11:10. I gotta get some lunch in, and I just decided 30 minutes was cutting it too close, and I was never back on time. So just make it 40, and then you don't have to worry about it. So I will be back at 11:10. Okay, see you guys back here in 40 minutes. Well, isn't that just lovely? I am back. I almost didn't make it in time. All right, so indeed we did break out. It was a shoulder head shoulder and the ascending parallel, and it broke out indeed going down. But we have a nice George W. It's just not continuing to go the way it's supposed to go. I'll go ahead and delete these indicators from earlier. Just looking at the day-to-day is just yuck. What does it look like on a 30-minute interval? Yuck. Bunch of yuckies. RSI is a little low on 30-minute interval. 5-minute interval, we are on the low side. Kind of just trending right between that 38.26 and 38.62 area. Just kind of bouncing around in there. Here's interesting. So this is posted by Economist. Issues with AMC proxy vote with Wells Fargo brokerage. For some reason, Wells Fargo didn't send my AMC proxy voting link like they have for other shares in the past. Mid-June, I called them, and they say they send it 30 days before the meeting, so I wait. Last week, I call again, and the advisor talked to the proxy department, and they will send me the voting details, but never did. Yesterday I call again and the advisor says the proxy team tried to get a hold of me. I never got a call and put the info in my account record. They said my shares were purchased after the cutoff date. However, I have a bunch of shares from January which are eligible. So the advisor contacts the proxy team again and said he will get me the control number. Usually they're quick, so he will get back to me same day. He didn't. Today, finally, he called me with the control number and I voted my eligible shares. I kept asking why we had this issue, but he didn't have an answer. I'm not a tinfoil hat kind of guy, but I'm suspicious. Yeah, I'd be. I would certainly be suspicious as well. Hopefully everybody's checking to see if they have votes that are available for voting for. They might have them and need to verify what's going on there. All right, well, let's look at the option chain here. Okay, let's start off with OI. Heaviest level is at 40 at 19.2, no change. So this shouldn't change until, I guess, this resets again. So it should still be 23.7. Okay, so OI is still the same. Volume currently, the current volume, rather, is 16.7. 16.7 for the 40. $16.7 and looks like 8.5 for 38. So the spread on the OI is 40 to 30, so it's like a $10 spread. But we're trading in the high 30s. Short share interest is at 14.86 with negative 443,000 shares borrowed, which is down from 414. Volume for the day is at 33 million, traded about 2 hours and 45 minutes into the trading day. Currently about a half hour more to go before we're halfway through the day. Like I said, I thought we would probably see closer to 70 million shares. I guess between 80 and 100, just because I was thinking that maybe towards the end half of today we might see a pickup in volume, which I'm still hoping for. But at the current pace, we'd be more inclined to hit something like 60 to 70 million. Amazon is down 2.7%. They're about $100 off of the target value that I was looking for. I want to see them drop under 3,500 to indicate that the market is on a decline. Cinemark is currently trading at 3.36% down. Doge is up 1%. GME is down 2.6, and we are down 5.18%. It's gotta be like so lovely when I'm burping on the channel. Burp. You guys gotta love me. Oh boy. Ape vote. Ape need vote. Do it. In all honesty, the amount of shares available to loan is not really changing a whole lot. Or the shares available to borrow. I mean, the numbers are staying pretty steady. If I had to guess, Like, I just don't feel like I'm watching them borrow very many shares. But what's crazy to me is that if you look at Ortex, their on loan amount is increasing. So I'm not quite sure how they're able to manage that. I'm not sure how they're managing making these numbers look the way that they're looking. Looks like Charlie might have posted something I kind of want to see on the stream here. It's kind of piquing my interest a little bit. After hour mitigation, which is something that we've been anticipating actually. Everybody that I've ever talked to about AMC, I'm always telling them, like, make sure you have after hour trading availability, because if you don't have after hour trading ability, you could get caught. You get caught in a situation where you want to make a trade due to price adjustments in the after hours, and you just can't. So let's see what he's posting here, because it looks like he may have found something that that pertains to mitigation after hours. It looks like it's an 8-minute video. Let's just kind of watch it together real quick here. All right, so I will start this. I'll take off my picture and the tally marks, and we'll put him down in the corner.
We have a new filing to talk about out of the NASDAQ. This one is NASDAQ 2021-040. Notice of filing of proposed rule change to establish the extended trading close and a new extended trading close order type. Oh boy. So the purpose of this one is to adopt new equity 4, rule 475 or 4755, to establish the extended trading close. Now, the extended trading close will allow participants an additional opportunity to access liquidity in NASDAQ-listed securities at the NASDAQ official closing price for a limited period of time after the NASDAQ closing cross. Now, the NASDAQ closing cross refers to the NASDAQ's process for determining the price at which it will execute orders at the close, and for executing those orders as set forth in this rule. And the LULD closing cross, what that is, it's the limit up, limit down closing cross. And it refers to NASDAQ's modified process for determining the price at which it will execute orders at the close following a trading pause as set forth in Rule 4120A, which exists at or after 3:50 p.m. and before 4 p.m., as well as the process for executing those orders as set forth in Rule 4754B6. The exchange also proposes to amend Rule 4702 and Rule 4703 to establish new ETC-eligible LOC and extended trading close order types that may participate in the extended trading close. Now, the extended trading close will be the process described in new Rule 4755, during which ETC eligible orders, and again, ETC eligible orders is exchange traded closed eligible orders, which would be the two new ones, ETC and ETC eligible LOC. So it's during which those orders may match and execute at the NASDAQ official closing price as determined by the closing cross for a 5-minute period immediately following the closing cross. So we're only talking about a 5-minute window here. And that 5-minute window will occur at starting at 4 p.m. or at 1 p.m. if the market closes early for holiday, and it will last approximately 5 minutes in 5-second intervals. Likewise, the exchange will cancel executions in a security that occur in the extended trading close to the extent that the exchange nullifies the closing cross in that security pursuant to the rules governing clearly erroneous transactions as set forth in Rule 11.890. Now, I know a lot of this is a lot of technical jargon. I apologize about that. I will get to the meat and potatoes of this here in a second. But for those wrinkled brains, I am just going over these order types real quick, and then we'll get to the more understandable stuff. So the order types that are going to be eligible to participate, again, are the two new order types that they're proposing. We have the limit on close, or LOC, and we have the extended trading close, or ETC orders. Now, the exchange proposes to cancel any portion of an ETC eligible order that remains unexecuted at the conclusion of the trading close, or for which the system has suspended execution, due to price deviation, where that suspension remains active as of the conclusion of the extended trading close. All ETC eligible orders executed in the close will be trade reported anonymously and disseminated via the consolidated tape. Now, this is the first type, ETC eligible LOC orders. Now, this is very jargony. Basically, the eligible LOC orders will continuously match against other eligible LOC orders and ETC orders and execute at the NASDAQ official closing price as determined by the closing cross, except that the system will suspend executions of eligible LOC orders whenever the after-hours trading last sale price or best after-hours trading bid or offer deviates greater of 0.5% or 0.01 from that closing price. The system will resume executions during the extended trading close if and when the after-hours trading last sale price or the after-hours trading best bid offer returns to within those thresholds of 0.5% slash 0.01. Now, it says right here that if short sale orders and securities subject to regulation show are permitted to execute in the closing cross, then the system will also permit short sale executions in such securities to occur in the extended trading close. Conversely, the system will reject short sale orders in securities if short sale orders in such securities were not permitted to execute in the closing cross. That's great. ETC orders, basically what these are, they're going to be eligible for entry execution exclusively during that 5-minute window. And now, on any day when there's no extended trading cross, or if there's insufficient interest to conduct a closing cross for the security, the system will not accept any orders. The exchange proposes to amend Rule 4703A to add new time in force applicable to ETC orders. The time in force of ETC will mean that an order is designated to activate upon commencement of the extended trading close and deactivate upon the conclusion of the extended trading close, which again, 4 p.m. to 4:05 p.m. Eastern on a normal day, 1 p.m. to 1:05 p.m. Eastern on a short day, and they are done in 5-second intervals, and it will last 5 minutes. So we also have an ETC order imbalance indicator, and this is what I was talking about. It's continuing in 5-second intervals until the extended trading close concludes at 4:05, just reiterating the time frame. They're also going to exclude ETC eligible orders with minimum quantity instructions. So there's going to be a quantity instruction minimum that must be met. So anything that doesn't meet those requirements will not be able to execute. And it says that they propose to exclude those orders because such orders and the size of such orders may be misleading to participants, given that such orders will not execute if the minimum quantity is not satisfied. So, implementation. This will be implemented during the fourth quarter of 2021, and 30 days before they implement it, they're going to send out a NASDAQ trader alert announcing the launch date. Now, as far as Apes speak, right, smooth brain speak, this filing creates an additional opportunity for participants to execute orders in NASDAQ-listed securities at the closing cross price for limited time period after the closing cross concludes. Moreover, as a means of mitigating the risk that the aftermarket trading price of a NASDAQ security will rapidly and substantially deviate from the NASDAQ official closing price for that security and thus cause orders in the ETC to execute at prices that no longer reflect the value of the security, the exchange proposes to suspend execution of matched orders in a security in the ETC whenever and for.
Wow. I mean, the point that he's making right now is huge. As far as I understood, they didn't have after our trading um, pause or what's the terminology? Yeah, I've never heard of like pauses in trading in aftermarket hours.
For as long as the after hours trading sale or best bid offer of that security deviates greater than that threshold of 0.5% or 0.01.
So essentially, what that sounds like to me that they're gonna do is try to attempt to keep the price from just ballooning by continuously having these intervals, 5 minute, 5 second intervals, to keep it from just absolutely massively like just taking off out of control. So they are strapping on a bit of control here.
Dollars from the NASDAQ official closing price. So again, there's that word again, mitigating the risk that the aftermarket trading price will rapidly and substantially deviate from the NASDAQ closing price.
Right.
So basically, we have two new order types out of the NASDAQ, will not be implemented until the Q4 of this year. They'll give us an update 30 days prior. As far as what this is going to do, it's going to allow them to mitigate the risk in after hours as far as price deviation from the closing cross, and it's only for a 5-minute window, 5-second intervals, and it only applies to NASDAQ listed securities. So there you have it. NASDAQ filing, 2 new orders coming out into this year. Whoop-de-doo.
All right, there you have it. I mean, look at the volume, guys. 34 million. It's just completely dried up. There's like hardly any volume at all. It's just kind of like a dead day. Inflow is down by about 30, 25, 26, 26-ish. I don't know, guys. I don't know what to say. I don't know I don't know how to comment about what's happening right now. It's just some very, very weird stuff. It's like the calm before the storm, and you don't know which way the storm's gonna go. Hey guys, look, there's a hurricane. I have no idea if we're in trouble. I mean, I do. I know that we're doing good, but I don't know if they're going to continue to drive the price down further, or if this is going to be the calm before the storm in our favor. When was the last time that we saw that? We saw volume dry up one day. When was that? Let me look and see real quick here. Volume just like completely dried up one day out of the blue. It was, oh yeah, it was. I think it was like the 9th, because the 8th was like 145 million. So we went from like the 7th being 95 million to the 8th being 145 million. And day over day, the price opened at 47.70, and then we had that big drop with 145 million down to 40.95. And then the following day, when we had like no volume at all, actually the price shot up to 48.37. So let's go back to the 9th of July and see what happened. How did the price shoot up with such low volume? So let's see, we're going back to July 9th. We'll do like 1 month. So right here. Let's just go back like this. So this is July 9th right here. So yeah, I mean, you could say that this is what it kind of looked like, right? Like this is the day, this is yesterday, price action, right? And then this would be today. So starting out, we started out on that day at $48 and ended up at 46. So it was like a $2 drop, which is about what we're at right now. And it did. It just kind of it tanked at first, and then just kind of leveled off, and kind of a little decline after. But then we had a what 3-day run on low prices, and then on that 4th day, just had a big upswing. That's where we got as low as 31.1. Could today be kind of like a repeat of that kind of pattern? Let's see. Let's see that time frame. So this is the 9th. And then we had like 3 straight days of just downtrends before we could start getting it turned around again. So is there a pattern forming here? Like is this hump right here similar to this one? Because this is where we're at. This is the 9th right here. I wouldn't say so. I mean, this looks like a much steeper decline than this one right here. I'm curious. Is this a... No. I was thinking this might be like a shoulder, head, shoulder. Inverted, which means that it would break out going up, but I don't think that it is. This is a double bottom. We could have. Okay, so this could be, we had a George W here, right? We could have another George W, right? Come up here, come back down. Today's down in trading, tomorrow down in trading down to maybe like $35, and then see, that would put us into Wednesday, and then Thursday, Friday, like big up days. Kind of returning us to like maybe like the 44 range. Yep, this is kind of one of those boring days, guys. I don't blame you for leaving. But I might step away too. There's no sense in being sitting here watching something that's just drying up. And then maybe I'll leave the stream running, but I'll probably come back if something should happen. But again, I don't see any action. I'm just gonna leave it running, I guess, to just kind of record what's happening. We are currently at 14.86% short interest. 443 shares returned. That's still all the same. No new news. No new. No nothing. So I guess what I'm going to put up on the stream down here is I'm going to put up a message. I'm going to say will return when volume picks up again. Put those tally marks back up. Yeah, I just don't see any need to be here monitoring like a dead day like today is. So I will return if something changes. And we'll just see what happens. We'll see how the day goes. Okay. I'll finish out the day. We got about 20 minutes left here. I mean, the volume just really fell off. I mean, I don't know what happened. Volume just took a dump. And so, I predicted this breakout earlier when we were back over here somewhere, and then just kind of walked away for a while because honestly, there just really wasn't much to report. It did break out of that box quite nicely, and did trend up to 38.65 as a high. So we got back some of the losses. Let's see, we had gotten down to 37.07, which would have been. Let's see how much that is. That would not be enough to be considered a downswing or a synthetic price failure. Those usually range in the 20 percentile area. So 38.65. I don't know. I'll hold it up here. I'll keep it up on there in case we continue to drive down. But I'm still going with that 40.93 high of last. But yeah, volume 52 million shares traded in volume. That's just super low. Last time we had a low day like this was 57 million, and that was back on the 9th, like we were looking at earlier, where there was a $2 decrease day over day, which is about what we're going to end up having today. It's almost identical to what happened on the 9th. The bad news about that is the day following the 9th, the stock dropped $4 from 46 to 42. So, and the recovery on volume went from 57 to 62 million. Let's see how many shares they borrowed today. So far, I am recording 1.26 million shares returned, which is further down than the 443 I'd recorded earlier. Short share interest is at 14.74. What did I say? 1.26. We'll take a look at the options, see where those are at. Let's take a look at those options. Okay, we have some updates to make on here. So let's see. OI should be the same. OI shouldn't change until tomorrow. So volume currently for the day is 25.5 at 40. And 15.7 for 38. I would anticipate that we end up seeing us close, basically $2 less than what we were at from yesterday. So I would guess that that means that we would probably close around 38.29, thereabouts. So price predictions for today were a little off, which is not a problem. Normally they are. Man, I can't believe I called today's. I mean, that's pretty smooth. I had predicted this breakout here inside this box, and it was almost exactly right in the middle of it. Trash. 30-minute interval. We're currently seeing RSI is on the low side at 41.1. On the 5-minute interval, it is at 51.3, so almost right down the middle. Amazon is down 2% today. Cinemark is down 3% today. Doge is up almost 2%. GME is down 2.75, and we are down 5.34. If I had to guess, we'll probably be closer to 5% by the time this is all over. But the markets as a whole, let's see where they finished up at, or where they're finishing up at. Okay, so it got a little bit better for the overall market. Decliners was 4,827 with advancers at 1,838. You know, the heat map from this morning, which this will update here in a second, but this heat map from this morning was just atrocious. You might see a little few extra green ones pop up based on what it's changed to, but it's still pretty rough. Rough day. Yeah. Duncan, I hear you, man. Thanks for sticking it out today over here. It was just too slow to hang out. I mean, it was just nothing going on. Volume was just so low. Yeah, so this heat map looks like pharmaceuticals is actually probably the only sector that's doing halfway decent. Berkshire Hathaway, they're doing all right. I'm not sure what these are exactly, what section this is right here, but and then I guess what is this? I'm not sure what section this is. Let's see. Can I click on this? It's not working for me. Oh well. But yeah, I mean, just kind of a dead day today. Yeah, pharmaceuticals seem to be doing pretty well today. We did have a George W. Kind of come in at about 1300. Formed that George W. and really took off nicely from there. Moved past that level of resistance, but then later broke back down below it. Inflow versus outflow. Let's see what we got here. 476 to 495. If we look at Fidelity, I will refresh this. Looking like okay, so AMC kind of fell down the list a little bit here. Looks like they fell down to about 5th on the list. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, they're 5th on the list today. So, because of volume, I can understand why. It could be everybody's waiting for the 30th. I don't know. I feel like this is like the major calm before a storm. I don't know which way the storm's gonna go. The trading on Fidelity says 68% buys to 32% sells. So I'm inclined to believe that we have buying going on in the stock. and that there's just like not massive sell-offs going on. If I had to guess, like this is and this is just me going on a limb here, but it almost seems like a ceasefire was called of some sorts. It didn't really feel like they were trying to. I mean, you can see a short ladder attacking here, but uh, once that low volume point hit, um, it did drop a little bit further, and then it just took off from there upwards a bit. Um, but I mean, no movement once that ceasefire hit right about here. I mean, it was like $38, which is about where we're going to close at. So, um, according to Ortex, they've returned 1.26 million shares, but as we've been seeing, they've been borrowing more and more. So I wouldn't necessarily trust that data to be accurate. I really feel like something's winding down besides our volume. This feels like that period of time where everybody's reloading. That could be what it is, right? So if they're expecting there to be huge movement for the 30th, they may be kind of hunkering down right now, right? Like sucking up as many shares as they possibly can get. They're preparing for like a big battle, and that's maybe what's coming. So here we have a buy wall at 37.85 for 10,000 shares. Another one at 38.05 with 2,200. I'm sorry I walked away today, but on days like this where it's such low volume, there's just only so much you can talk about, and it was just kind of sideways trading for the most part. So I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. It's going to happen. These days happen, and those are good opportunities for me to just kind of walk away for a little bit and think about other things. There are other things out there. I know my wife, she was talking about summer's closing for kids. Um, she was saying that the kids' summer vacation's about ready to end here. They got about 3 weeks or less left here, and she was talking about wanting to hit up one of the local water parks one of these days. So I don't know if we have another slow day coming up here in the next few days. I might just go to the water park that day, and we'll just go cruise over there and have a good time. Maybe I'll do some remote videos, like some short videos from remote, and just kind of cover some of the basics while we're out and about. And that'll be fun, right? You can watch me at the water park. I can do the live stream from the water park. It'll be kind of fun, a different venue. Um, Maybe we'll enjoy the scenery of the water park and just talk about in general what's going on during that moment in time with the stock. I can kind of cover some of the critical data, and we can get our price predictions in the morning. We'll see what happens. We have a new big water park. It's like apparently I've heard it's the biggest one in North America. I'm sorry, it's the largest indoor water park in North America. But it's really kind of neat. It stems around a hotel water park, and they just opened it up this last year, or within this last year, real close to where I live, and we've been wanting to go and check it out. This Delta D, or this I'm sorry, the D variant coronavirus it could possibly shut some things back down and so we're kind of thinking like, hey, let's go check that out real quick here before that happens. Most of my family has gotten the vaccine, but for those of us who haven't, we've had COVID within the last 6 months. So we'll be able to hopefully weather through anything that place has to dish out. Oh, good, good. You have some trips planned as well, and I'm not going to forget. I don't know what the Mrs. I'm going to call her Miss Duncan. We have to wish her a happy birthday on Thursday. I believe it was Thursday that you said. So we'll be wishing her a happy birthday on Thursday. Let's see, what else is there to look at? It is 2:53 my time, so we're getting real close here to market close. Yeah, mate. Cheers. We'll see you back here tomorrow, possibly, and I'll need you probably for one more day of price guessing at least. I know when I had talked to John last, he had said 3 days or so that he'd be out for. So if I could get you for one more day on price quotes, that'd be awesome. We all just barely missed. I bet you he probably would have picked a price that would have been a little bit lower. I don't know if he would have picked this low. I know lately he's been kind of. I'm just kind of looking up to see how far we went. 42. Yeah. I think we all would have missed. I don't think any of us would have predicted 30, 37, 38-ish. But you got him a point yesterday, and that's what counts. He was happy. He was happy, by the way. He would have thanked you if he would have been able to. And then I don't know if you heard at the beginning of the show today, I was joking around and saying that if you end up having to do the whole week in price quotes for him and you win, we'll have to send the ice cream out to you out there, so you'll get this ice cream melted, or we can set up a Venmo and just get you to some ice cream through Venmo or something. I owe him ice cream for last week. He was the winner last week on price predictions. So I'm gonna go ahead and tally up the missed box as having an extra tick today. I hate giving that missed box a point, but I'm gonna give it to it because I know we're gonna miss today. So let's do it. 8 to 9. Ugh, it's killing us. Short exempt volume, we'll check that later. I don't believe that updates until a little bit later in the night, couple hours. But all that data will be changed for the morning, and we'll have some new information by about 6:30 in the morning, I think, tomorrow. We'll have to, unfortunately, on the day-over-day price percentage increase, we're down for the day about 5%. So that ticker is going to have to go away. It's going to move into the red, unfortunately. 21,000 shares at 38.04. 19,000 now. Gone. It was getting hit. And some Yahoo down here has 365 shares for sale at $5,000 a piece. It never ceases to make me laugh when people do that. They put up those ridiculous prices for some odd amount of shares. $5,000, 365 days a year. Maybe that's what they're insinuating. I'll take $5,000 any day of the year. That's not bad. $5,000, man. That'd make me pretty rich. I know that's for sure. Not talking about floors or anything, but just saying if we could get $5,000, that'd be amazing. I'm hoping for more. That'd be awesome too. 30,000 at 38.04. Definitely had a last-minute whale move in here. Anyways, closing out the day. So let's get to some music here and close it out and watch the market burn a little bit here as we close. All right, guys. Peace out. See you later. Have a good one.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.